my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Hey boys, back with more Gladius, continuing the game from yesterday. Yesterday released Adeptus Mechanicus and we started the game. Nothing special, just against two Tyranids on hard. See what these guys are about. Looks like this faction is broken right now. No loyalty penalty from cities. That can be right. I didn't mention this in any of the factions' strengths and weaknesses. We have two cities, but there is no penalty from loyalty. Yeah, looks like their loyalty is bugged. Hey Cludis. Hey Lauren. Hey Stalin. Considering this is a very similar looking Sting with the Astra Militarum, honestly, they haven't really done much with this faction. I feel like it's a very low effort. That's what I think so far. Very low effort. Nice way to get another DLC out. It feels like just this is the way of things these days. Everything seems like low effort, just milking. I'm not sure if it's Corona or everybody just gotten really lazy these days. Could be me as well, you know, I'm feeling so miserable these days. It's like barely getting out of bed. But from all the factions, this one seems like the lowest effort so far. But it's been going on in the industry for the whole year. Thanks, Zemus.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Big up, Elich. Keep delivering. We will keep watching. I'm not sure I'm delivering shit lately, so it was. If anything, I'm feeling I've been just failing the stream. These warriors have no damage against that armor. Why would I have 2 AP? I feel like the corona has ruined Divinity as well for me. Just feeling to load that game feels like death because of that really bad fever for several days. It's just all fucked up. I really need to switch from that game to something else. This looks like it's a broken faction as well. I forgot about the loyalty system. If I need a break from streaming, Clueless, I just do shorter streams. Take plus Manipulus here, we might be able to keep alive more of these walkers here. They're all walkers here, right? Yeah. This thing is a vehicle. Sure, they're weakened to the point where they can't fight back. Talents will clear the trash. At this stage it's turn 80 and the Tyranids have the strongest unit they have are Biowars and the Raveners. Been going slow as well. Los lictors. Raveners. Raveners have the rending claws, which is good against armor. Not great, but just good enough to destroy the walkers. Got a new unit here. Onager Dooncrawler. We got a Gatling rocket launcher, Adeptus missile launcher. We have 2 Skyfire weapons. That's a little bit overkill. The Icarus arrays used by the Adeptus Mechanicus fill the sky with inescapable death. It's the same text, huh? So 2 3-range weapons here which have Skyfire. And twin-linked Icarus autocannon. 3 Skyfire weapons. That seems like overkill. Twin-linked Cognis autocannon. That did look familiar. So instead of Cognis, this one has Skyfire. 422. This one has a higher armor penetration. How come? This is not an assault weapon. How is an autocannon not an assault weapon? This also has a pretty good armor and health. 60 ore, and it gets can also get a Cognis heavy stabber as well, which is a decentish weapon at 2 range. They use these things when it suits them, you know. This is the same exact weapon, and one is apparently heavy, one is assault, and it's the same weapon. Very weird unit to fire air, honestly. That's what Adeptus Mechanicus is weird. It seems to have enough toughness to deal with the Tyranids. This is a tier 5 unit. It's a tier 6 technology for additional weapon. And it's a anti-air unit. But it doesn't mean shit, it doesn't mean you're only gonna use against air. Mechanicus force fields. So on top of 36 health and 8 armor, it has a 70% in mobility. This makes it quite tanky for this price. The overlapping force field generated by Doom Crawlers are marvels of military science. Much like the effective fields common to the lesser orders of the Martian priesthood, that disperse hostile energies into the atmosphere. Each incoming bullet transforms into little more than a flash of actinic blue light and a sudden tank of ozone. This looks like a solid unit, just because it has a technology for additional weapon. This is our scout buffer, resource gatherer. We're fighting against two Tyranids here, and we're doing pretty okay. I get another Honor Doom Crawler. Still seeing what they have along me. We played this for a few hours. You know me, when I play new faction, just read everything, even if it's not that relevant to the gameplay. Get into the mindset of the lore behind the faction, even if it's just, you know, the same old building, just different text. Triplex necessity increases the minerals output for each building and adjacent tile. Minerals output? What the hell is that? Like I said, guys, low effort. They've broken the loyalty, and there's like words here we never even heard of before. Triplex necessity. Increases the building ore output for each building and adjacent tile. Oh, they use minerals word there instead of ore for some reason. It's the first time they used see minerals there. They've always been ore. Always been ore. This faction have the seal called monolithic buildings. Increase the resource output of non-headquarters buildings of the same type on a tile. Decrease the output of our non-headquarters buildings on a different type on a tile. Basically, this faction also has additional building slot on a tile. And if you build the same building inside a tile, this building provides additional resources. But the moment the tile has a different building, this evens out or even penalizes the resource output. They have another thing which gives bonus to the resources depending how many buildings are in adjacent tiles. Which seems like small numbers, but if you can get away with it, it adds up a lot. Right now, how much it really does, it's kind of, you know, pointless, because the loyalty is broken. So we can't really judge this system and mechanic until they fix the loyalty. This is, I think, the first fuck up like this on a release day of a new DLC for this game. I don't remember they made a fuck up like this on the release day before. Everybody's fucking up these days. Acid Wizard. I like the idea behind this faction, but it's too early to judge anything, I think. Got two of these here. I was removing a forest here for a third one due to our immense amount of ore. I haven't built the building that produces Skitari troops. But look at the environment, it makes no sense to build such a building. It's a bad game to see these things a little bit later. Even if we see these units might not even be usable at that stage anymore. Because this type of terrain and this faction, this is just ore galore, which means build machines. We'll see everything this faction has to offer, but shit has to make sense. You're not just gonna build it, you know, just, you know, to see it. We'll see it eventually. This game is gonna be longer because of it. That's why we picked this setting. Somebody told me the other day how both Activision, Blizzard, and Electronic Arts fucked up their recent releases of their shooter games. Both Battlefield and Call of Duty are steaming pile of shit, apparently. I think the Battlefield is on Steam. Hold on. Let's see if there is any truth to that. Oh, look at this. 27% mostly negative. That's one of the worst reviewed games on Steam. $60 and people still buy it and they still play it. 52,000 people nearly playing. Look at the reviews. It's apparently the same story with Call of Duty. The fuck it's called? Guard something. So yeah, the whole industry is in the shitter, it seems. Like, these games to me has been for over a decade now just a overpriced novelty. Play for a couple dozen hours and move on. How is this not anything else, this Call of Duty Battlefield games? How can it be ever be anything else? And this is not just these games, it's like most of the games have become like this these days. Just overpriced novelty and move on to the next one. Keep burning. Keep burning. And they still sell apparently. Cognis Heavy Stabber. Grants honor Dunkerlord Cognis Heavy Stabber. It's a tier 5 technology for a unit, and this is a tier 6 technology for a weapon for a tier 5 unit. Cognis weaponry draws superficially similar to that used by the rest of the Imperium. There's one vital difference. The Cognis weapons machine spirit has been permanently awakened by the rights of the machine god. When the wielder is unable to give his full concentration, the warlike spirit of the gun will take over. That's you know, a hell of a convenient type of trait for a weapon. So this thing gets another weapon now. Where they add this weapon? Was it to the guy? This thing seems a little bit too good, honestly. It's because of the force field. I think this unit might make the Necrons cry. The Raveners on the side is the only thing that can cause damage here. How many do we have for the Lieutenant with the Electromancer? 5. We don't need really a lot of influence for items for this faction. This is a nice ability we can use every 3 turns. It goes up to 10 attacks and 40 influence cost. This one is expendable. It's actually a transport, but we don't have any troops to transport, we just use it for its bulkiness. But this guy is extremely useful for this type of situations. This is what will make these things pain in the ass, while the infantry is dog shit. Like, the infantry can do quite a bit of damage, but the moment they get hit, they have to pull out or die. These things at least have 8 armor, will scale better with experience. Where the hell did this one come from? I have to admit, guys, it feels good having Castellan robots clear the trash. Feels good. The balance in the game has been restored again for the Imperium. These robots used to be in Astra Militarum, early version of the game. A little bit ahead here due to having better units, but it still outnumbers heavily. Can have this one in full strength. The rending claws on this thing has enough damage. On level 6 will be a research thing. I can get galvanic field here. Tech Priest Manipulus and Tech Priest Dominus are very useful heroes. Very useful heroes so far. And I'm actually quite happy that these are not just Avengers again. We need actually heroes that support the army and not just carry everything, destroy everybody. I'm gonna give all the doctrine imperatives. It's kind of this weird sounds weird. Doctrine imperatives. It's like this the way this word is weird. Doctrine imperatives units, I guess is in a saying. Give them +2 armor for a turn. At the cost of movement. Thank you, Fist. Let's see what this does. Xenorite Acceptance. Increase the further amount of research gained from outposts. But if outpost doesn't provide the research, does this mean it'll not do anything? Get 32 research right now, we'll see. The Raveners are the only thing we have to worry about here. Still in the warriors are tickling the Keystone robot. Mines are not threat to us, because they are a blast weapon. Our units are all single entities. If these guys here, there'll be almost no downtime here unless they can actually kill a unit in the same turn. Our armor is too much for them right now. And we don't just have armor, we have... our vehicles also have different protection as well. Like bionics. Feel no pain. Repulsor grid. Emanatus force field. So we had 32 research, now we have 34. Increase the further amount of research gained from outposts. It seems that the Xenar tech priests from Stigis 8 are having their way on Gladius Prime 2. Setting on observation units and drones at every outpost to understand the Xenos better. Practical applications in terms of research are immediately obvious. This technology is poop. We basically just got another 2 flat from Ruins of Wall. Where we create our maps, we have outposts on very low. Best case scenario, we at this stage would have 4 of these, so that's 8 research for the technology. I guess that would be okay, but for one outpost it doesn't do anything really. At least we know now. This is potentially a trash technology or a pretty decent one, because all the research helps. Especially if there's nothing else to research. Increases the building food output for each building in adjacent tile. We have farms in this place here. There's quite a bit of adjacency here. This is our best unit we can get right now, Onager Doomcrawler. Cell Robot is also pretty good, but we don't have the energy to keep spamming this one. Well, this one is peanuts, considering our environment. This one has an accuracy aura. Forgot to actually get him the gear. I'm supposed to give him health and movement. It's a Biowars here. Trying to get some kills here. The enemy is starting to just fall back now. Be a kill here. 60 biomass. Kills grant experience, and that gives us more damage and health. More Raveners. You can see the Raveners can mess up the Iron-Stride Ballistarius. That's not supposed to be at mill range. As you can see, we can heal it in a single turn to full HP. This Onager Doomcrawler is getting into the battlefield. We've become the wildlife nightmare to the enemy. Trick-stealing robots. And there is repairs happening around. Rounders might have damage, but they need full strength to actually achieve the damage. So they're not very high threat to us. Still getting experience here. This one needs to go to the shop. Gonna need a carnifex or something bigger to defeat onagers. We're having a sort of nowhere. Is there also a shop to south? Yeah, it's here. Oh, we lost the transport. Happens when two rounders hit like that, so the transport seems to be the main target for them. So Tyrant Warriors, what the fuck am I attacking Tyrant Warriors? Those Stickless Raveners, they have their in claws. Tyrant Warriors are a joke. Losing a little bit food. It's due to population and this unit here. Yeah. This is a third city. Would have been so good if there were no water here. The adjacency bonuses. There's some food tiles here. 60% ore, and there's a 3 slots here. This faction has an extra slot on the tiles. We don't have food to get another one of these, so we'll just wait. But getting another Manipulus or Dominus is great either way. Manipulus probably been better, so nothing dies. Well, definitely seem to be piling faster than we can kill them. It's probably due to them disengaging with damage units. conflict will make us strong, getting experience. Almost there, almost there. This is a 24 heal, huh? It's a full base health of a Castellan robot. This thing has the master machines as well. Master machines. It looks like all tech priests have to get this ability. Even the one that has the tech adept. Wish this one was a little bit different. This thing looks really fucking strange. The same unit. Okay, we got 3 manufactorums. Get my mass-produced pain in the ass. Need population. Fit it here. We can retain the bonuses. Needle destroy Castellan there. Raveners do hit pretty good. Soylent's acquisition teams. Now discover the negative food. Increase the building food output for each building in adjacent tile. So if a building is producing food, the buildings in adjacent tiles will make it produce more food. The reclamators employ a small number of the Undercity's population in an unsavory role. Those Soylent acquisition teams are better known as body snatchers, and they aggressively hunt out the dead or nearly dead, ensuring that the future rations always have the very freshest Soylent's protein. I like this spot for a city. This is for the trifecta, the 60 ore. This one is slightly better because it's further from this thing here. This style is just a waste, not just for the game, but also for this faction especially. Just a little bit different terrain. This water actually is visual, I guess, this aesthetic at this point here, but it messes up with our possible future bonuses. Yeah, you can see it here, Lauren. So as they stack buildings in the same... so what's special? Their tiles have extra building slot. So what you can see has 4 here. Second thing, the buildings of the same type that produce resources, produce more resources. in the tile. But if there are different type building that produces resource, produces less resources. So you want to have stuff like this. And then adjacency around. And the third thing, once you get technology, the adjacent tiles, buildings buff outputs of the tile that they are adjacent to. Like this 4 energy buildings here. So you get a stacking bonus, you get the adjacent bonus. It only is awkward in my opinion for the starting city due to production buildings. But for any city beyond the first city, this can be planned to almost perfection. Yeah, I should get this styles here for farms. We're not gonna be able to get any more food units if we don't get more food. So we can't really build a city here. I'm gonna have to go with Trifecta here. Use these tiles for exclusively just for the farms. The tiles are really hot here because they can be surrounded by the adjacent bonus. The way this works, you don't want to have different resource buildings in the tiles. All the city can still have many different type of buildings. And as you build these things, you want to make sure the adjacency goes from that point on. Which makes unlocking radius 2 and 3 for this faction more important than other factions. The stuff like coast and outposts weaken this a bit, especially if they're not the right type of outpost. But there's still plenty of room due to them having larger tiles as well. What's also the best thing? The adjacency probably works from another city as well. The only problem for the maximizing the bonus is production buildings. Which kinda then fit in the core city tile. But then you're gonna get more, but so you can also have your cities built slot here. So you could have had 4 manufactorums, for example. It has 3. And it's sharing the tile with a Hopfane population limit building, and it doesn't really cost much. So the only really building that really is slightly off is the population limit building. I don't think it's any big deal if it shares with things. I guess you can go together with a sub-cloister as well. No, the population building is not a resource building. There's definitely planning to that can be done with this. Some very satisfying planning. Let's repair this Castellan here. Nice try, Tyranids. Brand new here. So I'm talking about. Start deleting shit. Yeah, production is the resource. So production also is affected. You can see there's extra production here. Because we have 3 in the same tile. We could have had 4 instead of this hub vein. 4 of these buildings you actually want to have in the city. Especially in the volcanic terrain. Because these are vehicle producing buildings. This is all ore. And this all need pretty much ore. Except I guess Castellan robot, which is energy. So it's quite a powerful buff. Get a Onager Dunkroller in 2 turns here. We can produce so many of these Onager Dunkrollers, the Tyranids will get sick of it. It's gonna be Onager Dunkrollers for days. Don't have any influence really buildings unless you count the special ones. Guess this one counts. The fact we get so much influence from Manufactorum is quite disturbing. Is this something like Lemon Russ? Well, not really, but for this faction it's spammable. Especially if you are living in a volcanic environment. This Hammer of Art is fine, it's a buff for Onager Dunkroller. It's gonna be the most common used unit for now. We have a shit ton of ore, and this is the unit that's best for ore right now. So we're spamming it. It's really hard to kill. We don't need Tyranids, give Tyranids targets, easy targets. Like Scorpius Dune Rider or the Iron Star Ballistaris early game units. It's more like Hydra. This unit is too tanky to be compared to a Hydra. Hydra is squishy. Let's click. This unit has 8 armor and 36 health and a 70% invulnerability reduction on a extra weapon. The role, I guess it's might be comparable to Hydra, but it's not just the weapon systems; it's also the tankiness. So you could say it's a lemon rust battle tank that deals overall good damage, but it's specialized against air. If you got shit ton of ore, this unit is gonna become pain in the ass for the enemy. This is an OCD design. Equip the second hero. So what do we need here? We need population, more population limit. It's currently broken, the loyalty with this faction. I'm sure they'll patch it. This guy's not like CA, they'll leave this for 3 months and, you know, declare a game complete and move on. I'll give it a couple of days before they patch it. Right now it's broken. Hey Mechanicus, I saw you in Trump's channel talking shit about the English. We should attack with Gatling first in these situations. This is adjacent to this too, so it's best to continue here. What's the artillery unit? This unit has 3 weapons with 3 range, so this kind of comes close to it. It is called Onreger Dooncrawler. Hey, Bloomcools. So there are 2 Raveners, huh? 3 Raveners. 4 Raveners. Raveners can do damage to these units. We could use another Tech Priest Manipulus to keep everything alive. I like it enough so far, so I want to feel like a little bit too early right now. Just, you know, still the first game to see things. A big fan of this unit. Get a data blast auto sermon. Cannons come Messiah. Units in the area grant research when killing enemies. Radius 3 on. We can set up a couple of kills. We can actually get a lot of research. Deadpool. Yeah, it's because next to the ore field. But what's the best thing, Lauren? It has extra building slot. Not sure if you noticed. That's a special thing with this faction. Extra building slots. This whole planet will be crawling with onagers by the time we're done with it. Once I get enough, we'll probably send a couple of them to scout them up. Only works on the Canticles or Messiah units in the area, which is the Castellan robots. This is a Doctrine Imperatives unit. The fact you might need to build buildings ahead for the bonuses makes the for another artisan constructorum totally thing that you might consider. This is a case spot for more growth buildings, I guess. Well, this is gonna be more adjacency here. Yeah, there is a Knight Crusader, and it has a extra tier weapon on tier 10. So let's just do the obvious thing here. Okay, this Tyranny is gonna have so much fun. Raveners do appear out of nowhere to provide some kills. We should not separate like this. As enslaver here, huh? Etheric. Hammer of Wrath grants Iron Star Blastarius, Fulgurite Electro Priests, Onager Drunkcrawler, and Knight Crusader the ability to perform more devastating attacks. Many warriors throw themselves headlong into combat, seeking to crush or trample the foe. Hammer of Wrath is plus 25% damage for 1 turn, 3 turn cooldown. Six, 31 research. Was Overwatch. That's interesting, Overwatch during my own turn. Three Castellans and 2 Doom Crawlers here, lost the rest of the lower troops. Still have 1 Scorpius Doom Rider, the Ballistarius, they called Ballistarius. Iron Star Ballistarius, they all got destroyed. The time is passed by on turn 94. I should get another priest Manipulus for repairs. Once I'm satisfied with the number of Doom Crawlers crawling up the Tyranidases, we'll start cleaning some of them up with the rest of them. This is an accuracy buff, so we'll get him there. Let's see, I got tier 7 unlocked. Armor for vehicles, that's great. Basilicon Archaeoptera, tier 7, it's a building for flyers. Broad spectrum data tether, ability for Arnisar Ballistaria, Scorpius Dune Rider, Onager Dooncrawler, and Scorpius Disintegrator that reduces the morale loss of adjacent Adeptus Mechanicus units. Okay. Acclimated Pericles increase the growth rate. Pretty straightforward. Shout Psalm increase the range damage reduction of Canticles of the Omnissiah units. Cost and effectiveness skills with the amount of affected units. Well, that's actually okay. There's a Scorpius Disintegrator. Powerful Doctrine Imperatives frontline tank unit. There's a tier 7 tank. Well, I have a hard on for tanks. Let's see the shit. Flying units can wait. Need definitely more firepower here. This shit just keeps multiplying here. This is Pheromone penetration now. It's gonna be a ridiculous attack on the right unit. To accuracy, aura. Stuff like this is very powerful. Demon Prince has sort of a +1 on his ability. Well, this one has a skill that goes up to +3. Strongest unit is still Raveners. That unit just... Oh, look at this. All our weapons just increased in accuracy. If only it worked. This is the accuracy of adjacent Adeptus Mechanicus units. It's like another bug. The fact this one still has a repair as well, it's a little bit disgusting. Repair actually looks really good on this one. Well, this one looks stupid because it has the mega repair. I should have done something about this on this unit. They both take action, Lauren. That's why it looks stupid on the other one to have it, considering it just has a better ability. I think this one should have had a cooldown of 2 or 3 turns, but not consume action. That's probably would have been perfect. 2 or 3 turn cooldown, but not consuming action. 2 turns cooldown, but consumes only movement. Text is exactly the same, Lauren. So yeah, this one should just consume movement and have a cooldown of 2 or 3 turns. That would have been amazing. The city's gonna go out of control now. We'll build this one to get the Skitaria building. It's really vulnerable to good melee attacks, but only Raveners threaten it here. Hey there, bro. It does look like this one is bugged as well. Mine only work on infantry. But it says Jason Adeptus Mechanicus units. These are all Adeptus Mechanicus units. Doesn't even work on the Tech Priest, so this one is bugged. The second broken thing with this faction so far. Right click delete. Delete the laboratory mistakes. Oh, they're on the run. It's because you have a ridiculous amount of ore, so we can spam them. They're just an all-purpose unit at this stage of the game, yeah. They got toughness, they got enough weaponry to fight anything at this stage. And if the enemy is air, they're fucked. So far, it's perfect spammable unit if you have endless supply of ore. And their additional weapon has 2 range. But the main armament is 3 range, yeah. It has this additional weapon on 2 range. Against what Tyrion they have, this unit is too much. Because it's tough and has damage. Honestly, it's nothing crazy for considering it's a tier 5 unit. And it requires tier 6 to get additional weapon. It's just the it's tough, and since it's spammable, this is like ultimate unit for this stage of the game. The extra weapon is just a little bit more damage. Probably suited against like infantry. Like this this unit has 2 of them, and then 1 twin-legged. Scorpius Disintegrator. Powerful Doctrine Imperative's frontline tank unit. Hovering over the ruins of war on a bed of atomized gases, Scorpius Disintegrators are archaic frontline battle tanks. They surge forward in unstoppable armor waves and supported infantry advances, maintaining blistering salvos of fire to cripple enemy war engines and sweep aside hordes of lesser foes. 8 armor, 48 health, that's pretty solid. 4 moves, so it's even a little bit faster. 3 Cognis Heavy Stabber, 1 Disruptor Missile Launcher, and a Pheromone Cannon. Pheromone Cannon doesn't even have a blast or ordnance. Has 3 attacks though. She has a lot of attacks at 2 range. I guess in a way this is better than a battle cannon. In a way. Has a blast weapon and a missile launcher. This is a tank, yeah. The Onage Dunkroller is a walker, not a tank. Can you guess the weapons? I'm not sure. You have to see. costs 80 ore and 4 ore influence, or upgrade cost, I mean. But it costs as much as Lemon's belting. I'm not finished Divinity now. Just need a change. Major protocols increase the growth rate of the cities. This is armor vehicles. Yeah, it's no brain. We have used pretty much all vehicles to take priests. Oh, lictors. Mechanicus will become the most noble faction. It's currently broken fist, there's no loyalty on the cities. So it's hard to judge right now. Second Manipulus. Influence 12 research per turn now. Nice balanced ability. is why I'm not using Hammer of Wrath on the city when a unit like this shows up. Nice and clear, just the way I like it. Disintegrator is available next turn. And Dr. Vector. One Lictor still did nearly 5 damage to Castellan. Research for a Lictor. $47 for the city. Oh, that's research. That is research. We haven't even built the Skitaria building block, Dr. Vector. It makes sense with all this volcanic yet. And we're getting more food now. Siren Caster. I'm longing to take priests. Well, got the tank. It's bulky. Almost looks like it's a skimmer. It's a skimmer. It looks like a skimmer, but it doesn't say it's a skimmer. Kind of skimmer technology, but it's not a skimmer. So this is Cognis Heavy Stabber 1, 2, 3. This is the Pheromone Cannon. And this front is the Disruptor Missile Launcher. Looking good, looking good. Definitely liking the look of this. Weapon setups feel just right. It's for movement. Doesn't have invulnerability like the other one, but it has 8 armor, 48 health. 4 movement can forgive no vulnerability. This one has 70% vulnerability on 8 armor. Gripnan Ablation. Increase the armor of vehicles. All vehicles plus 1 armor. Been using pretty much all vehicles except the tech priests. Living by the Eye of Terror after fall of Cadia has transformed the Adeptus Mechanicus on Agrippina defensive experts. Particularly when it comes to keeping their machines running under fire. So all our guys get plus 1 armor. Castellan is at 9. Dunkload is also at 9. So they have all the same 8 armor. The Syndicator also goes to 9. Wasn't there like an ability that increases the range thingy? Increases the range accuracy, but decreases the melee accuracy of the 3 imperative units. Now that is a sick one. Now this is where we should put our influence into. Just win. Protector Imperative Tier 3. So all the 3 imperatives units, so we can increase accuracy at the cost of range accuracy at the cost of melee accuracy, but this all have range weapons, so we don't use melee weapons. Melee weapons, Kekwi. This is the new tank. Scorpius Disintegrator. Solid toughness, movement, and weaponry. Is it better than Absolute Arm? Better, hard to say too early. Different, definitely. I'm Disintegrator now. The main gun is called Pheromone Cannon. It's a strange cannon because there's no blaster ordnance. Three attacks, so it's different. Is 6 armor penetration for 1 turn will do wonders on some situations. This one survived. Let me get more influence here. Get influence item, healing hit points item, and movement item. How easily the Tyranids got dispersed against super superior firepower. No Tyranids allowed. We'll clear the middle of the map. Just love the fact we get an extremely tough healer. Just send a couple of Doom Crawlers to clear the north side. This thing having a three range weapons is quite nutty. Hector Imperative. So you guys seen all these Doom Crawlers, right? Well, this one can drop 2 melee accuracy from these Doom Crawlers to give them 2 range accuracy in all their weapons. Effectively make them deadly. As long as you have influence. Increases the range accuracy but decreases the melee accuracy of Doctrine Imperatives units. Cost scales with the amount of affected units. Oh no, melee accuracy, what are we gonna do? We won't be able to swing our swords. The Protected Imperative is codified to yield the maximum spectre of hard data. Extra power is fed into narrow band optics and range finders connected directly to the Sketaria priority programming as the Holy Warriors' guns becomes an extension of themselves. It's one turn, but it's massive damage. Where the fuck did this one come from? This one's moved to cover unlike the Castellans. But this unit has 10 accuracy 8, 8, 8. Thanks for the experience. Get 2 Doom Crawlers to go north. No idea about Nintendo Switch, can help you there. This is 12 influence film research per turn. Just like that. That's just disgusting. Fulgurate Electro Priests, let's see those. Hey, Gal. Every damn the same. And 3 heavy bolters do barely any damage. There's the Omnissiah. There's the APC on member segregation as well, yeah. Should get growth here, we lost 1 into capacity again. Their army is pretty much all being crushed here. Population here. This could be their. They might be in their main city. Terawatt remembrancers. Remembrancers. Fulgurite Electro Priests. Canticles of the Omnissiah, melee infantry unit that increases damage reduction by killing units. Fulgurite Electro Priests crackle with the life energies of those they have personally slain. Request is the located motive force that animates all things, ripped from the bodies of the unworthy in the heat of battle, and hoarded on behalf of the machine god. To do so, they use electroleech staves, eldritch weapons, and suck the bioelectricity from living creatures, drawing it out in one great draught and harnessing it within their core capacitors. Once stolen, its sacred energy can be used to power the holy instead of the heretical. Crackling around them in such measure can even burn away projectiles, incoming projectiles. No armor 12 heal points. Electroleech stave, concussive melee weapon. Powerful capacitors built into the length of each electroleech stave allow them to drink every iota of electric force from those they strike. The living foeman or blasphemous machine. Siphon Vigor. Killing an enemy unit increases invulnerable damage reduction. 50% invulnerable damage reduction for 10 turns. Might be upset at wasting energy, but Electro Priests are no hypocrites. When an enemy dies to the blows of their electroleech saves, the protective Voltageists feel disinvigorated with bioelectric energy, repulsing even the strongest attacks. They have no armor. They have 33% feel no pain reduction, and they have Voltageist feel 30% invulnerable damage reduction. So basically they go from 33% damage reduction to 50 when they kill somebody. There's only one works, the highest one. Damage doesn't seem to be anything special. 2 health point hit points each, but they seem to have quite a bit of damage reduction. Reduces the morale loss, increases the melee damage and grants immunity to fear and pinning. Devils fight on regardless of the casualties or the terrors of war, they are driven forwards by their conviction. It's a cheap unit after all. Definitely looking interesting. They got to 83% damage reduction, pretty much like 10 armor if they kill somebody, otherwise they're at 66%. They can get +1 armor, so get a little bit higher. Voltageist Field. Nimbuses of pure energy surround all electric priests, crackling from their bare skin, coalesce into sparking pockets of electromagnetism that hover like will-o'-the-wisps above a drowned corpse. When incoming projectiles or energy beams threaten the unelected priest, this tiny voltaic ghost will often intercede, shattering or dissipating threads and puffs of burning ozone. When the wearer of the field charges the foe, those same voltageists are ground upon nearby enemies in bursts of electric force. This is our melee unit, 20 food and 20 energy, Let's see some of these things. We do have plenty of food and energy right now. Get 2 onagers to scout north. Add 2 of these Scorpius disintegrators to clear the south. Send 1 Mechanicus to help them. The range is really good. The wildlife on this map is on low. Still plenty of it around. It's clearing the train again. It's the data smith. Skitari Vanguards. Skitari Vanguards. We don't even have the building produce these units. Construction building, no need. Melee ability. Sicarian infiltrators. We don't have a building for these units. We had primarily volcanic, so it's kind of pointless to build anything that requires food. Because we need that little food we have for population and tech priests. This is armor for infantry, I guess useful for tech priests. Will be useful for those electric priests as well. +1 armor, +1 armor. We've seen Castellan here earlier in the game. These guys will be clearing this shit. Looking for another one of these. Just clean the wildlife here. I'm gonna go with this one's left and then we'll convert to this 3.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
4 whole years of cultural and build ready. Thanks a lot, dude. Appreciate it too. Make you wonder what these guys are recurring in this stage. I'm feeling the same. This thing got level 10 and just steamroll early from early on. It's not early anymore, it's 110. But it's still an overwhelming army. Better add some more time. Skulls for a skull throne with a lot of skulls is somewhere. Your troops intercept an unsanctioned sacred desperate last message to the Imperium. So much war, so much death, so much blood is drawing this world through the warp rift. Closer to his realm, into a realm of war without ending. Where the mighty shall die and rise to fight again each morn. Mechanicus' fear was that he would send one of his servants to hurry our arrival, and it is realized whatever we do, this planet is scorned now. The Lord of Skulls is here. Great mechanical demon beast is rampaging across the planet. Stop it. Kill the Lord of Skulls in 10 turns. Reward Skulls for the Skull Throne. Increase damage reduction. No, we don't know where it is. If it's close, I guess we can try to kill it. Buff is pretty good for the whole army. This thing is quite terrifying because if you're next to it and you don't have enough to kill it, it will just cause massive casualties. I like the effect of the Gatling rocket launcher. I watched a very old movie today, guys. I just couldn't believe it, you know how good it is every time I watch it, every few years. Watch the Dr. No, James Bond. 1962, holy fuck. I wasn't born for another 26 years when that movie was released. Can you imagine? Every like 3 to 5 years I watch James Bond movies, just like timeless classics. Best action movies all the time. As we're gonna explain it, well, you know, that Spectre organization, who do you think created Spectre? Of course they need smart people to run it, but somebody still had to create it. I'm gonna get a short break, guys, get some drink. I'm here, boys. I was saying I was watching Doctor No today, which of course means I'm gonna watch the rest of the James Bond movies. But when I heard that James Bond theme play, it felt like just what I needed. Food for the soul, medicine, more effective than anything else. Oh, there they are. This thing is so tough to actually survive attack from tank. I guess it gets a film of pain and a refractor shield. Egg priests are so armored. This two will clear the north side. I guess we aggroed the resistance here because it's really close to the city. So it's taking a little bit of damage, huh? Bit damage. We just building this one up. We have a lot of ore, so we can just keep building tanks. 2 turns per tank. Rain Pericles. Increase the armor of infantry. The integration of Rain Pericles into Skitaris command secrets further enhances their old impressive durability. Forge World of Greya is known for its refusal to ever yield, given that their logic is simply irrefutable. Well, the tech priests get +1 armor as well. Level 9. If this thing reduces the cooldown on the show on the stun. There's a level 6 Castellan. Must be some data smiths nearby. Okay, let's see. This is a ranged accuracy for canticles of the Omnisci units. We do have Castellans. We don't have any influence. I guess it's increased the building influence output. I guess considering where the influence is put on their buildings and the adjacency and the same type building, makes then the basic influence building kind of pointless for this faction. Especially with the addition of the hero that provides influence. It's like... what's the point of this building for this faction? It's influence, influence, and then adjacency. There's another building would require its own slot as well. I guess it's okay for one city that has influence outpost. Victors. They do have rending close as well. They're basically just stronger Raveners. This works on the tanks as well. Oh my god. Plus 2 range accuracy for a turn at the cost of melee accuracy. Research. This is a question of attacks, not damage. That's a lot of Castellans here. Did we put this map on low wildlife? What the fuck are these guys doing here? This is low to you. There was 6 of them in this area. One retreated because it's taking heavy damage. Yeah, I got that data smith. Send a disintegrator to help. Need to connect this for more movement. I don't think I have radius 3 on the city yet. Only a drone crawler was expected pretty good. This is their capital here. Was this food? I need a little bit more ore as well. Big map need to cover with a lot of mobile units. With the flamethrower. Still does pretty good damage. Local blast does damage. At least the city here are gonna get crippled while getting bullied. This was the Nissan stuff, plus rights in ordinary lance. That's the second siren caster. Strange. Not good though. Hate seeing those damage artifacts and the health artifacts that just imbalance the game. These things are so weak to air attack. Anti-air. What do we have here? This one is going up nicely. This is the infantry building. Also gives 2 influence each arm. Influence. You get so much influence from these buildings, and then we need to build a influence building ever. This I guess fine, because bonus production is gonna be also adjacency. Get 4 of them here. I have the second city build the infantry stuff. It's 2 silent casters now. What's the second one here? Another artifact here. More research. Dorm was prime. Increases the building influence output for each building in an adjacent tile. 54 influence now per turn. Call Mechanicus priesthood venerate the Forge World of Was prime for its loyalty above all others. Its loyalty to the Imperium is second to none. Even when Mars itself fell, Dark Mechanicum was prime continued to churn out armaments and was instrumental in the defeat of the Horus heresy. Just the basic influence on some of these buildings is more than enough influence you're going to need. So the guys They look pretty cool. Fulgurate Electro Priests. They also get extra Hammer of Rot. This one is the Canticles of the Messiah unit. So this one doesn't affect at all. So they see this down next turn. What a 1440p monitor and how is it for you? It's coming today. See. Let's damage one. So 2 Siren Casters and 1 Old One Artifacts. Now we get plus 10% more damage. Just what we needed, right? This is the Janitor Torpedium. Let's produce food or an influence, even if we're not gonna use a bunch of these units. Get 4 of them. On penetration melee weapons. Cut off from destroyers. Okay, this is the armor penetration of heavy weapons. Heavy weapons, huh? Guess like the Pheromone Cannon. Cut from destroyers. Let's research that. Tier 8. It has a tier 8 unit, huh? There goes their main city. One Castellan is level 10, 35 health. All three Castellans are still alive, the one we produced. One corner clear. So we'll be clearing this corner next. How do you feel about converting those 6 Valcastellans? Well, I'm getting one more data smith, so we'll see how the convert works. But all 6 are. Watch feels so good. Someone should repair here. Another corner clear. We get a transfer for these guys. It's gonna be way too slow to move around. A bit healing here. We don't love wildlife, we're still playing wildlife. So one can transport 4 infantry, but it's quite squishy. this Zonaga Dungrol got to 51 health on level 9. They can get even more. In fact, we can just keep spamming these things, it's just crazy. Oh, that is a lot of skulls. It's gonna be away in 2 turns though. Cataphrone destroyers. Canticles of the missile infantry unit with devastating anti-armor weaponry. Lobotomized to ensure unswerving fate, Cataphrone destroyers stray not one iota from the path allocated to them. That of Holy Annihilator. The minds of the servants of the Messiah have been filled with thoughts of war alone. The limbs have been excised and cast aside to make room for arcane weapons that just like battering rams from their shoulders. These centroid cyborgs have been fashioned with more than brute force in mind, however, for each is a minor artillery piece in its own right. Heavy grav cannons and phosphor blasters. Looks like it's counting as infantry requires food. It's too late to destroy the lower skulls, it's 1 turn left. Let's haven't lost a tank to it. It's a bit weird this here makes no sound when it moves. Bloomcool says I have a gaming monitor too, except I don't play any video games, I only watch. So you like to watch, Bloomcools, huh? We can easily kill that lower skull, so we just didn't know where it was until now. There's only 1 turn left, so we can do it now. Can't kill that many doom crawlers, right? We just needed to get him into position. This is the only city of the of one of the Tyranids. Increases the movement, but increases the armor of Doctrinal Imperatives units. Now this one is the movement. Increases the armor penetration heavy weapons. I guess that's no brain. Knight's tier 9, yeah. It's a Knight Crusader. Guessing gonna be heavy weapons. Yeah, I'll make sure that next time the Colossus Skulls appears, we destroy it. Should connect the city here so we have free movement between. Each city tile costs 1 movement, otherwise we have to waste movement here for the river. This Gatling rocket launcher, this is gonna get nerfed, I feel. Parkman Waters is gonna be one of the first things gonna get balanced with this faction. So it needs repairs. Might as well finish this one off, let the other last one live and see things. These guys are shaking their pajamas. Yeah, we can start producing some infantry here. This is Qatari Vanguards. You've seen them, squishy. Carafron Destroyers. Building 4 Genitor Carpedium here. I guess enough for this for now. Dominus does have good damage. Don't even have any items for damage. his aura is bugged. Should be it for these guys here. Let the last one live. Play with him. Flamer actually does extra damage here because it's open topped. Is it open topped? Doesn't count as open topped, I guess. No, it's the other one, the first one. Through Hubfane, duct floats a complex cocktail of chemicals, drifting above abyssal manufactoria and the scuttling mass of humanity. They know it not, but that is the all that remains of the great devourer outside. The blast the fields of Gladius Prime. Our sterilizers are burning the remains, scouring life back to prevent a recurrence of this incursion. As there's two of them. This one is bugged out. Maybe it will work on regular infantry. Wait for Data Smith here. It's not even a blast weapon. There's a lot of attacks. But this weapon ignores the cover as well. What are we even doing here? We're getting growth now. It's connected now. Get a little bit more research. Touring Adeptus. Increase the armor penetration of heavy weapons. The Renati are unique Titan-sized devices, each built for a unique purpose and closely guarded. The researchers have unearthed approved techniques, teachings taken from the creation of Ordinarius Oberon, a track-mounted starship cannon employed during the wars for Armageddon. This does buff Pheromone Cannon and the missile launcher. And the twin-linked Icarus autocannon. And the missile launcher here. This technology, tier 8, buffs the all the weapons on Onager Dooncrawler. The main 3 weapons, more armor penetration. Being crossed here is the river blocking it. Oh, can. Could be more Castellans in the other area. Wildlife here. Oh, we got tier 9 unlocked. Command uplink. Ability for Aracopter, Transvector and Aracopter Starter Raptor that reduces the morale loss of adjacent Deus Mechanicus units. There's a similar technology for some of the vehicles as well, the ground ones. High world approval, increases the acquisition radius. Location of the machine might. Increases the melee damage of canticles of the Omnisan units. This is a tier 9 technology, but... Night Crusader, super heavy walker unit with an endless array of deadly range weapons. Increase the population limit of hub feints, that's +1, huh? This is our tier 9 unit. Looks like it's our highest tier unit of this faction. The extermination continues. Hey Viking. Yeah, some research here. How many can we fit here? 3? 3 because of the rocks. Rocks are useless to research from that one. Not a smith here from the looks of it. The fact this unit has a hammer of art as well makes it all the sweeter. Can see them from here. $14. This just slide how all these scorpions just appear out of nowhere because they're 6 movement. I think we were inside an outpost. That's when the next Skull's gonna appear. Be cool if it's close to this. Down. In corners. They do have an army. Two hive crones. So might be a little bit trouble here. Icron has actually a pretty good AP attack. I'm going to keep them alive. Need a Bio-Titan target for the Night Crusaders. Target dummies are expensive. This is where most of this stuff is gonna be. All these units are damaged here. Not sure we can save this one. Gonna maybe use the buff to finish off. So these are the cut-off-from destroyers. 6 + 1 armor, 24 hit points. Three heavy graph cannons. 6 attacks on these things, put it ×3. On range though. Concussive weapons. Scales damage to the armor of target unit, gravitron weapon as well. Salvo ups the attacks in range if the unit has moved. Huh? Graviton technology is used by the Adeptus Mechanicus are fearsome indeed. A target hit by the heavy grav cannon's invisible field will be stunned and likely crippled, or even crushed under their own exponentially increased mass until all that is left is an oozing disc of biometallic waste. This weapon has potential. Cast when enemy attacks is, I guess, meant to destroy armored infantry. Phosphor blaster. This is a heavy phosphor blaster. So the phosphor blaster has less attacks, but it has rapid fire. These guys are armed. Almost looks like their name is well-deserved. Destroyers. For food upkeep. They have bionics, so they got a little bit in mobility. They got relentless as well. This is salvo, so it's different, not like heavy. 3 movement. It's a contactless Omnisci unit. Doesn't look like too bad, this unit. This is a tier 8 unit. Huh. That's good weapons. We need to get what? 2 wangers for the quest. Well, Hive Crown is a match for the Scorpius Disintegrator. This one doesn't have any experience. Still, the Hive Crown is down. Weapons are very good. This one is quite impressive for a blast weapon. Let's repair all this. those skulls. It's gonna be a while before it comes, I think. This one has clear tile, okay. This transport is very squishy this stage, but it still has 9 armor. No extra damage reduction, which should be probably a technology for this one for later if it's the only transport. So like a big melee attack is gonna destroy it. There's a priest, Dominus, Manipulus, Data Smith. Let's get another Data Smith. And my eyes getting so heavy. Such weird schedule these days. It's so restless in bed I can't sleep, and then I wake up so early. I feel like streaming until like middle of the day. Hive Crones are probably one of the most problematic units of Tyranids. They can appear out of nowhere. Being a flyer. This is a tier 9 technology, Night Crusader, and yeah, the picture is badass. Super heavy walker with an endless array of deadly ranged weapons. Finding the optimal firing position, the Night Crusader locks down its motive actuators in preparation to unleash a punishing salvo. From its Avengers Gatling Cannon, says a Gatling Cannon. It levels a fusillade of heavy shells, sketching deadly patterns across the enemy's army's frontage. Those that are equipped with Icarus autocannons on their shoulders are given an additional duty to protect their comrades from airborne attack. Civilian response to their predictive auto-auguries. The Icarus cannons spit streams of flak fire into the skies to deaden enemy aircraft with indecent fireballs. For each section of the battlefield it clears of foes, the Crusader's steady advance brings new targets under its sights, and it continues to unleash destruction with every stride. So it has 8 base armor plus 1 vehicle, so 9 armor, 72 health. So pretty sturdy. And looks like plenty of weapons. Avenger Gatling Cannon. Some serious amount of attacks. It's like the mother of Gatling weapons here with 12 attacks. Rapid fire battle cannon. 2 heavy stabbers. There's a heavy flamer as well. And there is technology for a twin-linked Icarus autocannon. So some serious armament here. It's super heavy vehicle walker. Has an iron shield, 70% range invulnerable damage reduction. Night Scary Important Field generators are called iron shields. These devices use ancient technology to project an energy field across a narrow arc, moving the position of the shield so that it intercepts enemy attacks. Knight is able to survive even the heaviest fire, while still being able to fire its own weapons in return. The exact setting and positioning of the shield is essential, as the iron shield is designed to deflect and slow shots, rather than absorb them in the manner of the wood shields used on Imperial Titans. This means the effectiveness of the shield is dependent on the skill and experience of its operator, so it's 70% only. But it has 9 armor and 72 health. It is kind of pricey. 240. But it has some serious damage at 2 range. Even crazier at 1 range. Slow. 2 movement, yeah. Avengers Gatling Cannon. We do have currently 10% damage from the artifact, right? It looks like it's what, 3.3 to 3.6, 12 attacks. This shit with experience will be ridiculous. There's this additional plus 45% damage. 12 attacks. Shit gets hit by this, gonna get deleted. What's the rest of the weapons? With 6 relic barrels, the Avenger Gatling Cannon can fire large caliber shells at a prodigious rate. Its high velocity shots mow down enemy infantry or rip easily through light armor. All-play shots can tear through even thicker plating, blasting apart the heaviest armored infantry or battle tanks. Firing at maximum rate, the Avenger stitches deadly patterns of death across the enemy front lines while making a whirring hiss as the barrels spin faster than the eye can follow. This is just a crazy weapon. There's also rapid fire battle cannon, large blast and ordnance. It's like impressive battle cannon. This long-range cannon is the equivalent of a large caliber artillery piece affixed to the arm of an Imperial Knight. Its rapid self-loading allows for accurate fire to be poured out at a tremendous rate, and the blast of its explosive shot can rack up horrific casualties. It is often employed against infantry hordes, medium tanks, and squadrons of light vehicles. There's 2 heavy stabbers. These are low-tech solutions to range warfare and high-tech battlefields, encompassing such weapons as shotguns, stab guns, and heavy stabbers, sometimes called sluggers. Common bond between all of these weapons is that they are, without exception, cumbersome, noisy, and fairly primitive firearms, often employed by gangers, law enforcement officers, and even civilians across the Imperium. These weapons make a formidable din when fired, and are easy to maintain. Range. There's a heavy flamer as well. How the fuck will anything survive at 1 range here? Why is this a heavy flamer on top of everything? The rapid fire battle cannon and Avenger Gatling gun will all delete anything at the heavy flamer, you know, can do. And now it's on top of everything. There is a heavy flamer. They managed to find the room for a heavy flamer on top of everything. I guess it has to have a weapon if unit is hiding in forests and Imperial ruins, or the city. Like, I guess it's a weapon against infantry in the city, Imperial ruins, outposts, forests. 2 3-range weapons, 2 2-range weapons, and 1 1-range weapons. Looks like optimal range is 2. But full firepower is at 1 range. There's an Aura of Fear and a Hammer of Wrath. And Factorum Cybernetica creates these things. They cost 240 ore, 12 ore upkeep. This one have somehow survived 2 health. Lost the disintegrator to Crohn's. These things have a impressive melee attack. The army to the south. And this one should disengage here. Clearing corner on this side. 3 siren casters and 1 old one artifact in this map. That's highly unusual. Maybe there's actually a free action. Twinling Icarus autocannon. That's the tier 10 technology. But the tier 9 technology is not very exciting. Let's see how much melee damage is this. For a tier 9 technology, it better be good. Looks like the other Tyrannid was clearing the map on this side. Spare here. The game crashed. Another game-breaking bug with this faction. We was about to progress in the quest. This was a shit release. 3 game-breaking bugs with this faction. Everything froze. My whole right screen can't do shit. Guess we're gonna call it here, boys, and continue next time. I'll start the stream early tomorrow. Ship schedule. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time.